And welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined. My first audience today. So today we actually do have something a little bit special going on. We have a visiting artist, and this is actually one of the hot shop's own interns. She's been working here for a little bit over a year, and her name is Karli Uphoff. She's the one working at the center bench with Ben right at this moment. And could we actually have the sketches of what we're working on today? Thank you. So up on the screen, this is our inspiration for today, if not exactly what we're going to be creating. And we are just getting started here at the center bench. This is going to be a practice run of these pieces. So we're just working with all clear glass right now. But eventually you will see these specialty blown colored glass pieces coming out. Thank you. And Karli has been working with glass for over 6 years, about 6.5 years. And just to kind of explain the work that we're creating today, we are creating two separate blown forms and bringing them together with these rings that are going to be interconnecting them. And with the pieces that we'll be making later on, these were blown on a previous date, the colored pieces, and then they were actually specifically cut in a place called the cold shop. So we have the hot shop, like we're in right now, and then we have the cold shop, which is where we grind, polish, cut the glass, whatever. So this has been done previously, and then we will bring that glass back up to hot shop temperature. And let me know if you guys have any questions throughout the process. You'll probably hear me reintroduce our visiting artists a few times as more people come in. So it looks like we've finished blowing out this clear glass bubble at the center bench. And this has been set aside in the garage, which is this large silver box right here. This is going to keep this piece of glass warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So later on, when we're ready to connect these pieces of blown glass together, all we have to do is pull it back out and heat it up a little bit, and then we are able to just use it as normal. But it's important that we keep it warm while we wait, just making sure that it doesn't crack or break from thermal shock. And so now they will get started on the second blown portion of this piece. And over on the left bench, they are continuing to create these small clear glass rings, which is what we have a view of up on the screen right now. So they're making those rings. And once again, all of these pieces of glass that we're working with right now are going to just simply be clear. This is a practice round. This is going to be our first piece of the day. And we want to work with clear before we use up our expensive colored pieces of glass. And at the center bench, after blowing this clear glass bubble out, you can see that we're just letting it sit, and we are letting this cool down before we gather our next layer of clear. And I know you've seen us gather many times from our clear glass furnace already, but just to point it out again, these large tanks with the closed doors are glass furnaces, and they hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each, and they stay at a very steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So when the glass is completely molten and kind of this honey-like texture, it is at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And right after gathering this next layer of clear, we are going in with a block. So I was just mentioning the block. This is going to smooth and even all of this fresh, clear glass out, creating a really round, even bubble. It's just going to make sure that the bubble blows out evenly from inside of this glass. And you can see that bubble inside of there right now. Usually if we're working with colored glass, you wouldn't be able to see that bubble underneath that thick layer of color. But since we are working with clear, you can really see the inner workings of glass art for now. And I know we showed off what we were working on earlier, but could we actually have some of Karli's previous works up on the screen? Thank you. So up on the screen, we'll have a slideshow going of some of Karli's previously made artwork. Once again, our artist for today, Karli Uphoff. And next at the center bench, this is another tool that you'll see the glass blowers frequently use. And this is actually just some folded up newspaper that they will soak or splash with water before using. And this is pretty much as close as you'll see the artists get to using their hands to shape the glass. And so using these papers, if we were to hold them on the side of the bubble, this would force the bubble to blow out away from the pipe, creating a longer shape. And if we wanted a shorter shape, we would do the opposite. We would hold the paper on the very bottom of the bubble, and this would push the bubble out towards the sides, creating a shorter squatter shape. And next we're going in with one of the most important tools, a pair of jacks. These two metal blades are carving a jack line specifically right now. This is where we break the piece off the pipe later on. And just like with our blown piece earlier, we're setting all of those individual rings aside in the garage as well, just to point that out. So each time we're creating any glass piece for this project, we're setting it aside, keeping it warm until we're ready to use it. And at the center bench, we are getting closer to a final product for this. From earlier, you may remember that I was talking about we are bringing two blown pieces together. So one of these is going to be the top and one of them is going to be the bottom of this blown piece to create the image of basically this vase that has been cut in half. So it's looking like this is going to be the bottom of our form. So right now we're actually pressing onto the bottom of the piece using a wooden paddle, and this is just flattening that glass out. And now that we've flattened the bottom of this piece, the lower half of this piece is done. And so next we need to actually attach a second pipe to the center of the bottom of this piece completely, where we've just flattened it. And this is going to allow us to break this bubble away from its original pipe, the one that it's connected to right now. So to be able to do that, Gabe is creating a punty over on the left of the hot shop. And once again, this is just a second pipe with a little clear attachment on the end. And while that's being created, of course, at the center bench, we're just keeping this piece of glass warm. So every time we're going into the furnace right now, we're not trying to make the glass malleable again. We are just keeping it at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So next, that punty has been brought over, and this is placed right into the center of the bottom of our piece. And once that connection is secure, they'll go ahead and apply a little bit of water to the jack line, which you remember is that divot that we had near the pipe. And this water is going to cause a little bit of shocking and cracking in that area of the glass. And next we tap the pipe, that breaks that piece cleanly off. So now from here, we just have to heat up the front of this piece, and we will be able to start to open this up to its full size. So using our jacks once more, these two blades, we're able to slowly open up this piece. And we are also holding a wooden paddle against the opening of the piece right when we start opening it up. And this is just smoothing and rounding that lip out a little bit. And just to make sure that these two pieces look as if we took an entire vase and cut it, we want to make sure that the openings kind of line up with each other. And so every now and then they're going in with a measuring tool, just making sure that those openings will line up properly. And while they are finishing this piece up at the center bench, looks like they're getting some pieces ready inside of the garage right now as well. Just making sure that they're warm enough to bring out and start to heat them up inside of the furnace again. Once again, we are just trying to avoid thermal shock, which happens when you heat up or cool down glass too quickly. So we have to just make sure that they stay at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So they've just brought over their first set of rings, and to attach these to the lower half of our blown form, we are going in with this really hot handheld torch. This small torch can get up to really high temperatures of around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So this is going to very quickly heat up a small amount of glass, allowing us to get some finer details in our artwork. As you can imagine, we wouldn't want to be heating up the entire piece overall, otherwise we would have everything moving and the glass would be trying to kind of melt down again. And so in this case, when we're using this torch, This allows us to just heat up that small section and only work with that small section. And welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. Today we actually have a pretty special project going on. At the center bench, we are getting started on our practice piece, and we are actually pretty far along in this process already. This is the lower half of our piece, and I will show off some sketches just to give you guys a better idea of what we are working on exactly. And actually, could I have those sketches up on the screen right now, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, we have an image of the idea behind these projects. So the idea is to take these blown forms, and they are literally being cut open, and then they are being joined back together in the hot shop using these little rings of glass. And as I mentioned earlier, we are just practicing with clear for now, but we already do have the colored blown pieces created and cut and set aside, waiting for us to use them. Thank you. And these are designed by our visiting artist for today, Karli Uphoff. And that's the woman over on the left of the hot shop who is working in front of the large silver box. And she's actually been an intern with the hot shop for a little bit over a year now. And so this is something that they do for those interns, is they will eventually have them create their own artwork in the hot shop. And she's worked with glass for over 6 years, about 6.5. So for those who just joined in, this is how we are attaching all of the rings to our pieces today. We're just heating up only the connecting point of the ring where we want it to touch down to the glass. And I want to point out this super hot focused flame. Once again, this flame can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It allows us to heat up just one small section of glass at a time, giving us some finer details in the glass art. And in the background on the screen or over on the left bench, you could see they are working on some more clear glass handles or clear glass rings. So today we are working on a very special project, and it's kind of hard to describe by words. So can I have the sketches up on the screen real quick, please? Could I have Karli's sketches up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, we have these sketches of what we're working on today. And the idea is basically to take these blown vessels or blown forms and to cut them and reassemble them using these glass rings. And so we're doing a clear practice round at the center bench right at this moment. But we do actually have some colored blown glass set aside that's already been cut open and ready for us to use. And so we will be able to see some color used today. Once again, we are just kind of practicing right now. But yeah, this is what we are working on. And this is designed by our visiting artist for today, Karli Uphoff. And that is the woman right up in front here, just to point her out to you all. And she is actually an intern with the Museum of Glass Hot Shop. She's been working here for a little over a year. And she does work full-time with glass at Glassy Baby and is also a teaching assistant at Pratt, which is a place where you can take classes and learn individual skills for glass art as well as other kinds of art. And at each of our benches, we have these large fluffy flames. You can see that we have one on right here. These run around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And of course, these torches are important because it allows us to heat up one section of glass at a time instead of heating up the entire piece inside of the furnace overall. And as you can see, a little piece of glass has popped off. This is most likely due to the glass getting a little bit cold. So we need to keep the glass at around 1000 degrees Fahrenheit, if not a little bit warmer, just to prevent that thermal shock. And the pieces of glass that popped off, as you can see, were just a couple of those clear glass rings. And so luckily, I believe we do have a couple set aside in the garage, this large silver box right here, staying warm at 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. And if you guys haven't had a chance to see it already, it looks like we will be working on some more clear glass rings over on the left bench, kind of up in the background. And I also want to point out that over on the left bench, we have pulled out the upper half of our blown glass piece. And this is also being kept warm inside of one of our furnaces as we wait to be able to attach it to the piece that we've created at the center bench. So at the center bench, we just have to make sure all of these rings are lined up so that they're all going to connect evenly with our second blown piece over on the left bench. And so right now, Ben is going in and intricately going in with a pair of tweezers and just adjusting each of these individual rings. So these pieces are a lot of work, just making sure that everything is ready to go before we fully connect these two pieces of glass together. And so next they've just brought over this second blown piece. Looks like they're just making sure that they're lined up and ready to go. Oftentimes they'll do a size check, just making sure that those pieces will connect evenly. And you guys rejoined in at a perfect time. We're getting ready to connect our two blown pieces together. And now that they have lined all of these rings up, they're going ahead and just heating up the connecting points right on the ends of the ring, right where it's going to connect to our second blown piece. And I know you guys haven't seen this torch yet, but I was pointing out to the others that this is the hottest item we have in the hot shop. This small torch can get up to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's heating up just this very small amount of glass at a time, but it's heating it up very quickly. And so this is allowing us to get some finer details in the glass art. For example, if you came in and we were working on faces, then this would allow us to just work on like the nose instead of the entire face all at the same time. We don't want to heat up everything at once. And it looks like we've also heated up the opening to the top of our piece as well, just making sure that these two pieces will fully stick together. And now that we've attached the top of our piece, we're going to go ahead and break this second pipe away, leaving us with everything all connected together. And because there's so many small pieces that are connected in the middle of this piece, we now have to make sure that the entire piece is staying warm, of course. We can't let that glass drop below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, but we also have to make sure that we're not heating it up too much, that the rings start moving. And so it's just going to be this continuous balance from here on, just making sure that things are staying warm, too warm. And we are just going to work on the opening of the piece now, or the top of the neck. So after heating up the opening enough to make it malleable, Ben is going in with a pair of tweezers, and it looks like he's getting ready to trim off some excess glass around the opening. And just to make sure that these rings aren't getting too cold, every now and then they will go in with that large fluffy flame, just lightly torch them before going back into the furnace. And to trim off this excess glass, Ben is just going in with a pair of shears, which you can imagine are like glass scissors. And now we have a perfectly even opening and some thinner glass in our neck. They usually will trim off the opening of a piece, just getting rid of some excess thick glass, as well as getting rid of any unevenness that remains. And after heating the opening up one more time, we're able to go in with the pair of jacks and just start to widen this as wide as we want. We could flare it out almost to the size of a plate, just completely flat, but it looks like we are going with a pretty straight neck here. And welcome to those who just joined into the hot shop. We are just finishing up a piece as you walk in. This is a practice round of something that we're going to be further complicating later on. This is a vase that is cut and then basically put back together using these glass rings to connect them in the center. And I believe these rings will have different layouts throughout the day, but this is a first try. So we are working with all clear glass, making sure that if something were to go wrong, that color isn't going to go to waste. But later on, you will see some blown glass pieces with lots of color that were made previously. They weren't made today. So you can actually heat up and cool down a piece of glass as many times as you need to technically. Of course, it can be more challenging in certain cases. But we have previously made these blown glass pieces with color, cut them and set them aside, and we are going to reheat them, bring them back up to temperature, and eventually use them just as we are right now. And I'll be able to show you the sketches of what exactly we're creating as soon as they break this piece off the pipe and put it away. I just don't want to miss that exciting moment. And now to break this piece off, we will go ahead and apply a little bit of water to the end of our pipe. This is causing some cracking and breaking in just this small section of the glass. And then we tap the pipe, and this hopefully cleanly breaks this piece off into the pair of Kevlar gloves. And it looks like that was a very successful break. And next, this is going into the annealer, the large black box over on the left wall, to very slowly cool down, at least overnight. And that was very exciting. So let's give them a round of applause for finishing their first piece of the day. Thank you very much. Yes, so that was our first piece of the day done. This is going into a 950 Fahrenheit annealer, and then with the press of a button, everything inside of it slowly cools down to prevent thermal shock. And inside of this box on the floor, this is where we are storing our colored pieces of glass that we'll be using later on. And now that this piece was a successful practice run, we should be moving on to that color. And now could I have those sketches of what we're working on, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, I want to show off for those who just joined in. These are the pieces that we're working on. They were designed by our visiting artist that we have today, Karli Uphoff. And Karli is over in front of the garage right here. The garage being this large silver box on the floor. And she's been an intern with the Museum of Glass Hot Shop for a little bit over a year. And so now she has the chance to make some of her own artwork in the hot shop. And these are what she is creating today. Thank you. And could I actually have the slideshow of her previous artwork as well? So just to show off some of her previously made artwork, these are all things she's made that you'll be seeing up on the screen in the form of a slideshow. And it looks like we're getting set up to pull some cane as well. So down on the front of the hot shop, you can see we have all these wooden ladders laid out. And this is just going to prevent the hot glass from touching the cold concrete, which could cause that thermal shock. We don't want anything hot and cold touching each other. And this is going to be a white center with clear surrounding it, just this really long stick of glass that'll be pulled across these entire ladders. And just in case it's a little bit hard to imagine, this is an example of a piece of cane. It's just maybe about pencil width usually, and it usually has a color in the center, sometimes even a pattern. So when you cut it open, it reveals that pattern. But in this case, we are just going to have straight white through the entire piece of glass. And we may not have the chance to see a color overlay today, which is how we get the smooth, even layer of color across the entire piece. So I think I will play a video just showing how we get color in our glass in the first place. So could I have that color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So I just want to point out up on the screen, they are actually working with a piece of color bar, which you saw in the video. And this is a white color bar. It's going to be used in the center of our cane. So we will simply gather layers of clear over top of this to create our cane. So the process of creating glass art is a little bit longer than it might seem. You guys came in just as we were finishing the last piece, but even when we put a piece away inside of the annealer, that doesn't mean it's done. We'll usually take it back out once it cools down and go through a process called cold working, which is when we grind and polish the glass. So we had the piece connected to the pipe on the very bottom when we broke it off, and we did torch the bottom a little bit, but for the most part, it could still be a little bit uneven. We want to make sure that the bottom is completely flat. And so the process is completely not done when it goes into that box. And comparing it to blown away, they actually don't show any cold working processes throughout the entire video, even if it's a large part of the piece itself, which I think is kind of crazy. So I personally have never seen a piece that is purely made out of color, and that's mostly just because the colored glass is so much more expensive than clear glass, and so oftentimes they try to use as little of it as possible, really. And even when you're looking at a piece and it looks like it's fully made out of color, like this just looks completely blue, but the blue is most likely just on the very surface of the glass itself. and then there's clear on the very inside. So if we were to cut this and look at the cross section, you would just see this very, very thin, almost thinner than paper layer of color sometimes. There are multiple ways to get color in glass. That one that I showed you was specifically a color overlay to get that smooth color. But just as an example, not sure if you could quite see it, but this glass has almost this splotchy colored pattern. And this was using frit, which is shards of colored glass, which is basically just a cheaper form of color. The forms? Like a sculpture, solid. So sculpting is a little bit different. Of course, we aren't blowing a bubble into the piece. And so to get color in a sculpture, it's really interesting. They'll create a cup of color, they'll blow a cup, and then they'll take solid clear glass and stuff it inside of the cup so the color's on the very outside, first of all. And then to sculpt it, as long as we're not touching our hands, we can use pretty much any tool we want. And so we have a wide variety. And it's really hard to describe the sculpting process. They just do it. They take a sculpting tool such as a pair of tweezers and they just pinch out an animal. They do it in almost this magical way. Oh yeah, definitely when it's hot. Usually we do try to do most of our project while it's hot in the hot shop. And sometimes they will put pieces of glass together after using, resin and things like that. But usually everything is hot assembled in the hot shop, especially here. Yes, so up in the front, this is the cane pulling that I briefly mentioned earlier. So that color bar that we had earlier, the white, has been wrapped in a couple of layers of clear. And we've just attached a second pipe to the other side of the color, and this is allowing us to stretch it out between those two pipes. And that's pretty much all there is to it. There's no air bubble inside of this glass. It's completely solid through and through. And so it looks like this has been stretched to pretty much its full size. So they are going to now just break it off of the pipe and let it cool down in the air. And usually when we cool glass down, we cool it down really slowly through a special annealing process. But when it comes to thinner glass like this, we're actually able to just set it aside and let it cool down on its own. And so now this is broken up into usable sections. So these individual sections of cane are going to be used to create these small glass rings, and these rings are going to be placed inside of some blown glass pieces. And just to describe this better for any new people in the audience, could I have those sketches up on the screen again, please? Thank you. So for anyone that's recently joined, up on the screen now, I have some sketches of what we're currently working on. So this is your chance to see it, the project that we're creating. And we already have these blown sections of the piece made and set aside. They're just staying warm and ready for us to use. And now we are creating those rings that are going to be connecting those sections of glass together. Thank you. Yeah, so up on the screen, we have a view of both the center and left bench. On the left bench, it looks like they're getting ready to pull some more cane. Once again, this white stick on the ground. And over at the center bench, we've created a small clear bubble and actually opened up the end of it. Might be a little bit hard to tell, but it is open. So if we were to blow air into the end of the pipe, it would just pass all the way through. And this is going to allow us to pick up a blown piece on the end of our pipe. And so we are actually going to be picking them up from this large box on the floor over here. And this is a top load annealer. So we have the regular annealers, which are our black boxes on the far walls. And then this one specifically we use from the top. And it's really helpful for picking pieces up instead of just trying to like go in from the side. We're able to just go straight up and down. So over on that left bench, they're picking up the individual pieces of cane on the end of a pipe, and they're going to heat this up just until it's malleable enough to bend, kind of like putty or taffy. And they're going to wrap this around a metal cylinder to create that perfect loop or ring of colored glass. And at the center bench, to pick this piece of glass up, we want to make sure that this connecting area where we will attach the glass piece to is super hot. And so we're going in with this really focused flame and just heating up the very edge of this glass. And now Gabe brings that up to the front, and this is being put inside of our top load annealer. And we have brought out our first colored blown glass piece for today. So earlier, if anyone wasn't here, we were just working with clear glass just to kind of get a practice round in and make sure that this was all going to work out fine. And since that practice round was completely successful, they are going ahead and starting to use color now. And it looks like this is going to be the top to our blown form. So later on, you'll see them pull out the bottom to it as well. So the annealers in general are usually used to cool the glass down very slowly to prevent thermal shock. But these top load ones specifically, sometimes we use to bring glass up to temperature as well, which is what we did today. So they have a couple of different uses. And as you can see, we are pulling our second piece of cane now. And now after breaking that cane off of our two pipes, this is just going to be sectioned off into the usable sections for our rings. And once again, the reason that we're laying this out across the wooden ladders is just to prevent that fresh hot glass from touching the cold concrete, which could crack or break the glass from thermal shock. And at the center bench, Gabe is on a solid pipe this time. This is not a hollow pipe with this small bit of clear on the end. And this is most likely going to be used to pick up the lower half of our piece. And with the top portion of our piece that we pulled out earlier, it looks like we've set it aside in the garage, this large silver box right here. And if I haven't pointed out to you guys already, this is going to keep the glass warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Once again, just kind of preventing it from that thermal shock. So later on, when we're ready to fully connect these two pieces together, we'll be able to just pull it back out and do such. And so at the center bench, once again, to pick this piece up out of our top load annealer, we are going to heat up just the area that we want connected to the piece. So for those who didn't see it earlier, once again, this is our top load annealer, and this is where we've been heating up the blown portions to our pieces that we're making today. So we've just pulled out our second section of the piece, which is going to be the lower half. So now this blown piece is also set aside in the garage. And that means most likely we are going to focus on making those white glass rings next out of all of these bits of white glass that we've created. Or not, we'll see. Now, over on the right of the hot shop, you probably won't see us use this very much today, but this is a pipe cooler. It's just a trough of water that Gabe has set the pipe into, and it's cooling it down pretty rapidly, allowing us to handle the pipe closer to the glass again. Now, something else interesting to note is that the color of this glass may not be the true color. It's really hard to tell when the glass is hot like this at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit what the true color is going to be. Sometimes you can see that true color, but when it comes to reds and oranges and yellows, sometimes they look a little bit different when they're hot. Reds can actually look gray or black, and so this could be a little bit of a red. And it also looks like it could be a sort of amber color. Whenever they're putting the glass into the furnace, you can see the light shining through that color, and that gives you a little bit of a better idea as to what it's going to turn out. Yes, so this piece at the center bench is a red after all. And next, Sarah's going in with a piece of chalk, which you saw up on the screen, and just briefly marked the pipe itself, just to show them exactly where they are whenever they're working on the glass, kind of telling apart top from bottom. Yes, so we've just brought over a heated tray from inside of the garage, which was keeping these pieces of glass warm. And we are now attaching our first ring to the lower half of our blown piece. And to attach these rings to our piece, we are going in with this super hot focused flame that you see them using right now. And I always like to point out to anyone that hasn't seen it before that this is the hottest item in the hot shop. This small flame can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit to very quickly heat up a small section of glass. Allows us to get finer details in our artwork instead of heating up the entire piece overall, which will cause all of the glass to move. So now we will start to continuously bring each of these rings over, and we're going to attach them as many as we want all the way around this entire piece. And each of these rings should be pretty much the same size as well. And this is going to make it so that these two blown pieces come together evenly. And for the few who recently joined, right now we are working on a very special project. This is the first colored version of this project that we're making today. We had one practice round of a clear version of this earlier. And this was designed by our visiting artist for today, Karli Uphoff. And that is the, let me see if I could find her real quick. She's over on the left of the hot shop, working around the garage right now. You'll see her when she has these yellow shoes. She'll come out from around the corner. And she's actually been an intern with the Museum of Glass Hot Shop for over a year now, and so she now has the chance to come into the hot shop and create some of her own glass art. And could I actually have the sketches of what we're working on real quick, please? Thank you. So for those that just joined, up on the screen we have the inspiration drawings for all of these pieces. And the point of these pieces is basically to have a blown piece that has been cut open and then reconnect them in the hot shop using these glass rings. Thank you. And while they're continuing to put these rings on at the center bench, could I actually have some of Karli's artwork up on the screen, please? All right, so for those who haven't seen it yet, up on the screen we have a slideshow going of some of our visiting artist artwork, Karli Uphoff, once again. And she does work with glass full time right now at Glassy Baby. And she is also a teaching assistant at Pratt every now and then. And Pratt is a fine arts center that you can take classes to learn different art skills from many different genres or kinds of art. And she's worked with glass for 6.5 years, right about. And once again, if anyone has any questions, feel free to just grab my attention and I'll come right over. So they do have all of the rings they need for this piece at the center bench already attached. And they've just pulled out the upper half of our blown piece over on the left bench. They're coming over for a quick size check. They're just going to make sure that these pieces are going to come together nicely. So right now they are not actually attaching these pieces together. They're just lining them up. Could we actually have the sketches of what we're working on just real quick up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, just a quick little glimpse of what we're working on before they actually finish this project off. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, so the idea of this project is they are taking these blown pieces and they've cut them open during a cold working process. So you can actually work with the glass cold by grinding, cutting, polishing the glass. And so they've literally cut these vases in half and they're now rejoining the pieces together in the hot shop to create a larger, more complex vessel. And of course, to join them back together, we're using these white rings of glass, and we made these earlier using a very long piece of cane, which is basically just this solid stick of colored glass. And you can see some leftover pieces on the floor. We'll most likely use those for the future ones as well. So at both of our benches right now, we're just working on keeping the pieces of glass warm overall, as well as heating up just our connecting points. So on the left bench, you can see that they're heating up just the rim or the opening of this piece almost until it's molten hot. We want it to stick really well together. So after giving that piece a quick heat, we are coming over and we are bringing these pieces together. And when they're connecting these two pieces together, they have to make sure that the entire piece is symmetrical. Then they go ahead and break this second pipe away, and they're left with the entire piece being assembled. And from here, we have to make sure that this glass is staying warm and not allowing it to drop below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So we immediately go back into the furnace. And we are just now going to work on the opening of the piece just at the top of the neck. So we are getting very close to finishing this piece now that we have these two blown pieces connected together. And just now, we've heated up only the top of the neck, allowing us to trim off some excess glass. It was kind of hard to tell, but there was this little bit of glass that we needed to cut off. We used it as a connecting point way earlier on in the process. But after cutting off all of the excess glass, we should be able to go in and just start to open this up normally and flare it out as wide as we want it. And yes, when we're going in the furnace right now, we are going in and heating up the entire piece overall for just a few seconds, making sure that the temperature doesn't drop below 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. And then we heat up just the neck of the piece. We don't want to heat up the entire piece too much. Otherwise, everything will start to move and we can kind of lose control, especially with those small rings in the center. And it looks like we will trim off just a little bit more glass from the opening of this piece. And just to describe this, we went in with a pair of tweezers and pinched the glass away from the opening, pulling it away. And now we trim it with a pair of shears, which you saw earlier. So they're kind of like glass scissors. And now that we've trimmed all that glass off, it looks like we are next going in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades in Ben's hand, and we are going to slowly open this up and finish off the neck. And every now and then I want to point out, you'll see the artist kind of hovering around these wooden paddles. And this is called shielding. We're blocking the artist's hands and arms from the heat that's radiating from the glass itself, since the glass is radiating a lot of heat right now. And we also do use these wooden paddles to flatten certain areas of the glass, which you might have seen already, which is why these paddles are so charred the way they are. And finally, to finish this piece off, they have been creating a small spout at the opening as well. So Ben is going in with this small handheld torch and is going to lightly push the lip out, creating a small spout. And once again, for anyone that wasn't here earlier, the color for this piece, as you can see, is mostly clear and white, but this bottom section is actually red. Right now it looks as if it's a sort of grayish or brownish color, but that's just because the glass is hot. Once it cools down to room temperature, it becomes its true color again, which is going to be this bright red. And using this large fluffy flame, we are torching any weak connections, and of course we are teaching the sorry, we are heating the connection at the end of the pipe, right where the glass is connected to the pipe. And this is where we're going to break the piece off of the pipe in just a moment here. So we are getting really close to being done. And you can especially tell when we're getting ready to break something off when you see somebody get suited up in these Kevlar gloves. And these are going to allow the artist to physically pick this piece of glass up with their hands and get ready to put it away. And to break this piece off, we're applying a little bit of water before going ahead and tapping the pipe. And this should break that piece pretty cleanly off. And it looks like that was a very successful break. So let's give them a little round of applause for their effort. Now that was our first colored piece of the day. So this was our first fully complete successful piece. This was the goal for our visiting artist today, Karli Uphoff, once again. And this is going into the annealer. Just to point out the annealer real quick, this box is at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit. And then with the press of a button, everything inside of it very slowly cools down, preventing that thermal shock. All right, for those who just joined in, today we have a pretty special project going on. We have a visiting artist, Karli Uphoff. Karli Uphoff. And she's actually an intern with the Hot Shop that's been working here for a little bit over a year. And now she has the chance to create some of her own glass art in this Hot Shop with the support of our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. And could I have the sketches of what we're working on real quick? Thank you. So up on the screen, I have some images of the inspiration for today, or the idea of what we're creating today. And we've already successfully made a clear version of one of these, and now we've also created one of these with some color on it. So this will be our second colored one that we're making today. So over on that left bench, it looks like we're working on creating the rings that are going to be connecting the two blown pieces of glass together for each of these individual pieces. And these rings are coming from something called cane. So cane is basically just this long stick of colored glass. So we created this long stick of white glass earlier, and we're using these to get the rings for these glass pieces today. And at the center bench, Gabe is working with a small bubble of clear glass. And this is eventually going to be opened up on the end. And we're going to use this to pick up one of those blown pieces, or one of those blown sections. So as you notice with the sketches up on the screen, we have these various blown forms. And we've actually already created these blown forms inside. They were created at an earlier date, set aside, and now they're staying warm inside of one of these large boxes that you see on the Hot Shop floor. I'm pointing out this one because it's closer to you guys, but we actually have them inside of the box on the right side of the Hot Shop. So at the center bench, once again, I want to point out that this was just one complete small clear bubble of glass, but Gabe is working on opening it up, and this is going to be attached to the opening of a piece that we have inside of that box on the right side of our Hot Shop floor. And while they're getting this ready at the center bench, could I actually have some of Karli's work up on the screen, please? So just to point out our visiting artist, she was just up in the front with me here. And this is her work up on the screen. These are all previously made pieces of art. And just to point out once again, these sketches that you just saw up on the screen in the slideshow, these are what we're working on today. And Karli has been working with glass for about 6.5 years, she's told me. Yes, so over on the left of the hot shop, once again, we are creating these small rings of white glass, and these are going to be connecting the two blown portions of our piece together. And at the center bench, getting ready to pick up that blown section of our piece, we are heating up just the very opening of the glass that we have here. And this small torch that we're using is this really hot focused flame. This torch can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So this is heating up this small section or the lip of this glass very quickly. And it looks like they are now ready to pick up that section from our top load annealer. So it's hard to see what's going on inside of there, but they're just connecting opening to opening. And we now have our first blown section of the piece out. This is just going to be kept warm as we get the rest of the piece ready as well. And at the center bench, we were just briefly brushing the opening of this piece, making sure that there was no debris stuck there from inside of that box. And now it'll be set aside in this box. This is the garage, and this is going to keep it at a pretty steady 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, preventing thermal shock, and also not hot enough to melt or change the shape of it. And some of you may have already noticed, but this is also where we're placing all of those white rings that we're creating. They're also going inside of this box. And later on, we will pull out the lower half blown section of our piece. And this is going to be heated up at the center bench. We will bring over those individual rings and start attaching everything together. And because we're not seeing the process of how we got the white glass for these little rings, could we actually have the cane pulling video? Thank you. So up on the screen, we'll have a little video playing. This is silent, so I'll talk over it to explain. So we start off with a bit of white colored glass on the end of our pipe. And we usually will gather a couple of layers of clear over top of this as well, just as the image shows up on the screen. And a second pipe is attached to the other end of that glass completely. And this is stretched across almost the entirety of the front of the hot shop sometimes. And this is creating something called cane. Once again, these are just sticks of colored glass that we use to either get stripes in our glass, or in this case, we're actually using them to create these loops of white glass. And as for the color itself, I didn't really show it in the beginning of the video, but we use something called color bar frequently in this hot shop. And I have a small example of it in my hand. It's just a piece of solid colored glass through and through. And so we will usually attach this to the end of our pipe and then be able to use it in that way. Or we can use it to create very smooth, even layers of color across our entire piece, such as these pieces up here with the really even blue and even yellow layer. And at the center bench, Gabe has just created a pipe with a small clear attachment on the end. And this is a solid pipe, so we're not going to be blowing air into this pipe at all or inflating that glass. And this will be attached to the bottom of our lower blown section piece. For our lower blown section for this piece. Sorry, my microphone keeps cutting out every now and then, so it's cutting off a little bit of my words, but I'll just repeat myself. And since we have a little bit of time, could I have the sketches of what we're working on again real quick? Thank you. So for those who just joined, this is what we're working on today, just to give you guys a good visual idea. And we are creating those white rings over on the left bench, which I was just talking about before you came in. And we are getting ready to grab the lower blown portion from inside of this box on the floor to the right side of the hot shop here. So to make sure that this sticks very easily to the bottom of that piece, Gabe is heating up that connecting area with this really hot focused flame. And after attaching this pipe to the lower half of our piece, this is immediately brought back and heated up. We have to make sure our glass stays at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer to prevent thermal shock. So whenever we cool the glass down, we cool it down in these really large black boxes over on the far sides of our walls. And technically these ones that we were using right now can be used in that way too, but these are called annealers. And yes, it has to go through an annealing process where we slowly cool that glass down to prevent it from breaking. And you'll see us put it away inside of the left annealer today. So we have mostly the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team on the floor today who work here full time. So these three at the center bench. And then the one in the far back is our visiting artist who designed these glass pieces. Once again, Karli Uphoff. And you guys saw the sketches of the artwork, right? Yeah. Okay, so she designed those sketches and everyone is coming together to bring them to life. Yeah, she's been an intern in the hot shop for a little bit over a year. And so now she is getting an opportunity to make her own artwork in here instead of just playing a supporting role. So I've been told that steel is actually a relatively poor conductor of heat, so the heat only travels so far. And as long as you're not keeping the section of the pipe that you're handling in the heat itself, then it's not going to get very warm. And the larger amount of glass that we're working with, then the heat does start to travel towards your hands. But then we use a pipe cooler, which is just basically setting the pipe in some water. And we have them on either side of the hot shop. But you probably won't see us use those today just because we are working with pretty small amounts of glass. So far today, we've created one clear practice piece in the very beginning, and it was successful, so we immediately moved on to creating a colored version of it. And we had just put that away not too long ago, really, maybe 15 minutes ago. And now we're getting started on the second colored piece. And so each of these, it seems, is taking about an hour. And so I estimate we could make up to round 6 today if we really worked hard. Yeah, it really depends on what you're creating during the day. You could have a super complex project that takes multiple days. This one actually is technically a multi-day project because these blown pieces were created previously and then brought back up to temperature today. And so that would count as a multi-day project. So you could create one project a day. You could create a dozen 30-minute projects. Yes, so just to point out, we've stored all of the rings that we created just earlier inside of the garage, this large silver box. We also have the upper half of our piece stored in here, just keeping everything inside of there warm at around 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. So now we're bringing over the rings individually and attaching them all to the lower half of our piece. And this is a pretty intricate process. We're using this really small focused flame to attach each individual piece. This flame is really important. It allows us to heat up just one small section of glass at a time instead of heating up the entire piece inside of the furnace, which you could imagine everything would start to move and we can lose control, lose the shape that we already have. So the furnaces that we're using to reheat the glass are pretty much the same. Sometimes we will have slightly different temperatures depending on how thick the glass is, how quickly we want to heat it up, but there's not a significant difference between them. The only furnace I'll point out that is importantly different is this glass furnace in the back. So this is where we're storing all of our clear molten glass. So every time we're going into that furnace, we are gathering a new layer of clear or getting a little bit of that clear out of it. And this holds up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and it stays at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit 24/7. So the glass is always ready for us to use. So all of our furnaces in the back are running off of natural gas and forced air. And our torches actually run off of propane and oxygen, so just a little bit different, but they are both running off of gases. And since there's a few new people here and there, I just want to quickly reintroduce our project that we're working on. So once again, today we do have a visiting artist, Karli Uphoff, and that is her working in front of the garage with the yellow shoes. And she's actually been working in the hot shop as an intern for a little bit over a year. And so now she has a chance to come in and create some of her own glass artwork in here. And can I have these sketches real quick up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, these are the final products of what we're working on. This is the idea designed by Karli herself. And we've already created one clear practice version of these, and we've created one successful colored version of one of these. So this will be our second colored version today. And Karli's been working with glass for about 6.5 years. Yes, so as soon as we have all of these rings attached, they'll go ahead and just make sure they're all adjusted to be even in height, of course, as well as even in how far out they are from the center wall. And then they'll be able to heat up the the opening of our upper half of our piece, and we'll be able to bring it over and connect the two together. So you will be able to see that pretty soon. It looks like we have one more ring to attach. And if I haven't mentioned it already, these rings of glass are pretty fragile. They're very small, and the glass is pretty thin. And so we have to frequently go into the furnace and heat up the entire piece overall, just making sure we're maintaining that warmth inside of the glass. Otherwise, we risk them breaking or popping off from where we've attached them. But at the same time, because they're thin, if we heat them up for too long, they're going to get too hot and they're going to lose their shape and move around. So it's all really just a balance. So right now, these two pieces are still relatively cold, but they're bringing them over to just do a little bit of a size check. They're going to see if they're lining up properly and the shapes and the openings are the same. And if they were happy with how those are lining up, they'll go ahead and start to heat up each of those connection points. So the very tops of our rings, and then of course the opening of the piece on the left bench. And it looks like they are now ready to attach these two blown pieces together. So they've come over after heating up each of those connection points. And after making sure that each of those rings are touching, they'll go ahead and break off the second pipe. So we now have these two pieces assembled together. We have to continue to make sure that this glass is staying warm once again. And then we will just start working on only the neck. The neck is the last portion of this piece that we need to work on and finish off. Now, as you can see, we have this excess glass that's attached right to the opening of our piece. So this is what they're going to be working on, just heating up the opening of the piece, and they're going to trim off that excess glass. So the bottom of this piece is already flattened. We just have to make sure that everything stays even and symmetrical. And that's the only thing we need to worry about. So sometimes when we are getting close to finishing, you'll see them use a wooden paddle on the bottom of the piece. Even though it's already attached to the pipe, we can still kind of get around the side and just make sure that it's even, but we don't have to re-flatten anything. Oh, and on top of that, after we finish any piece in the hot shop, usually we go through a process called cold working as well, which is basically the grinding and polishing of the glass. And we frequently will grind the bottom of the piece and polish the bottom just to make sure that it's completely sitting flat and straight. So these blown pieces that were attached together were actually two completely separate blown vessels. And then they actually cut them in the cold shop. And as I described earlier, we cold work the glass. And we have various tools to do that. We can cut the glass using saws, for example. And so these pieces were literally cut, and then because they created two blown shapes of the same shape and size, just different colors, they're able to bring them back together in this way to give the appearance of having one complete piece with those two separate colors. So these were made on a previous day. I'm not sure when, but it definitely wasn't today. And we were able to bring them back up to temperature in the hot shop to use them now. Yeah, so in the summer, whenever it gets up to dangerously high temperatures, like in the hundreds, usually the hot shop is probably at least 10 degrees hotter in here. And so it can get a little bit dangerous once it gets into the hundreds outside. And there's no air conditioning, the ventilation comes from outside. So, yes, you have to be kind of careful. And I would say it's about 20 degrees cooler over here than it is over there. It's probably about 80 degrees Fahrenheit over there. And we are getting relatively close to finishing this piece off. Right now we're just torching any connection points we have that might be weak. We want to make sure that those are strong connections. And with all of our other pieces so far, we've also been adding a small spout to the piece. Maybe we're changing it up and we're not going to do it this time, but usually they will go in and create that small spout. And this is just a wooden paddle. We've been using these throughout the process to shield the hands and arms from the heat, as well as press against the glass to smooth it out. In this case, we were also pressing against the opening of the piece to push these connecting points together in the center of the piece, just making sure that those connections are strong. And to create the spout, we're going in once again with this super hot focused flame. We're just heating up a small section of the lip at a time, and then we're able to go inside of the piece with the tool and push the lip out to create this spout. And after creating the spout, this piece is pretty much done. And after heating this glass up lightly one more time to break it off, we apply a little bit of water to the end of the pipe and then tap the pipe itself, and that should break this piece off cleanly. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing our second colored piece of the day. And for anyone that hasn't seen it yet, this is our annealer. This is going to slowly cool this piece of glass down, at least overnight, so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we won't see this piece until tomorrow once it's cooled down. And does anyone have any final questions before we go on our lunch break? Actually, let me just double check that we're actually going on our lunch break. Yes, does anyone have any final questions? If not, we'll be gone for an hour and then we'll be back at around 2 p.m. and then here till 5. Yeah, thank you for stopping by. Are you pointing to the pipe cooler or the pipe warmer? There's a hole in the wall where we stick the pipes in, and there's a little flame in the back, and it heats the pipes up just enough for the glass to stick to them. And we do have one on the opposite side of the hot shop, but it's not being used currently. All right, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. So if you were here earlier, you remember the projects we were working on are these really large blown, actually, they're more of a normal size blown vessel, but they are quite large, and we are actually opening them up and connecting them together to create an even larger piece, which is why I was calling them large. They're very complex projects, and I'll show you some sketches. I'll show you some sketches as soon as I can. Just kind of waiting to be able to show off some of our visiting artist artwork. But speaking of our visiting artists, today we have Karli Uphoff, and I will point her out to you over on the left bench. So Karli is the one working with the pipes over on the far left of the hot shop, just to point her out to you guys. And she's actually a hot shop intern, so she works in the hot shop every now and then for a little bit over a year now. And because of that, they've decided to give her a chance to start to make some of her own artwork. And that is what we're doing today. So everything that you see today has been designed by our artist, Karli. And we do have an open sketchbook down on this front table if anyone wants to take a peek. But over on that left bench, they're just continuing to go through the process of creating these rings. And these rings are going to connect two blown pieces together to create one larger vessel. And as soon as I show you those images of her artwork, it'll make a lot more sense, that explanation. But we are just getting started. All right, so just to start off, we are working with clear glass to create these rings. And we will be working with some color to create the blown portions of this piece. And this process of them applying the color to the glasses is called a color drop or color overlay. There are multiple ways to apply color, but this is the one that we're using today. And I'll make sure to point out when they're doing it. But this is all starting from something called color bar. So if you're curious about where color comes from when it comes to glass, we usually will start off with a chunk of colored glass like this, get it shipped in. It's just different metals and minerals mixed into the glass itself, but we don't do that mixing here. So we melt this section down and we're able to use it in our glass art. And just to point a couple more things out, just in case some of you haven't been in a hot shop before, of course, this large tank with the closed door is where we're getting our glass today. This is one of the two of our glass furnaces. And inside of this, it's really hard to see, but this is basically just a giant pool of molten glass inside of a large ceramic tank. And so all we're doing is we're sticking a heated pipe into that glass and then turning, and then like gathering honey on a wooden dowel that gathers a bit of glass on the end of our pipe. And this is staying at a very steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, that tank. So whenever that glass is coming fresh out of there, that's pretty much the temperature of it. And it does run 24/7, so that glass is always ready for us to use. Everything else gets turned off when we're done using it. And it looks like we've just pulled out our first piece of color bar, which you remember me showing off a little bit earlier. It's just this piece of solid colored glass. So now they just have to completely melt this color down. Once it's completely molten, they will drop it onto a small clear bubble and then spread this over top of the bubble to completely cover it up. And that creates a really smooth, even layer of color across our entire piece. A really good example of this would be these two blown pieces up here. We have that really smooth blue across the surface, and that was using that same exact technique. And we pulled out a second piece of color bar at the center bench. So it's looking like we will create the two separate blown portions of our entire vessel at the same time. Once again, we're creating basically the top to a vase with one of these colors, and then the bottom to the vase with a separate color. And then we'll eventually bring them together. They will be connected by only clear rings of glass. And it's looking like we have two opaque colors for this piece so far. All right, so next you'll see them create one small clear bubble, and this is pretty much how all of our blown projects start, is just from a single gather of clear glass on the end of our pipe. And then this green color that we have at the center bench is going to be heated up till it's molten hot and dropped onto that small bubble. And it looks like, I was just asking about the colors, we will be using the white over on the left bench to actually wrap around the green and create almost these strands or lines of white within the green color itself. All right, so I didn't get to talk about what they were just doing over on the left bench. So real quick, they brought over that small bit of white color to the small clear bubble that we had. And they actually wrapped this white color around the clear. And this is just giving us these little stripes of white throughout the glass itself. And next we will be dropping that mint green, they said, onto that clear bubble that they just wrapped the white around. And this is going to cover that white up. We're not going to be able to see it while we're blowing this bubble out. But as soon as we open that bubble up, we'll be able to see the white on the inside of the piece. So it's going to give us more of a design on the inside of the piece than it is on the outside. It's just a little bit more of a complex thing to do with the colors of the glass. And we are getting ready to drop that mint green right now. They're just sectioning it off and heating it up. And once again, for anyone that recently joined, this is called a color overlay, a color drop or color overlay. It's going to give us a really smooth, even layer of color across the entire piece of this mint green. And now up on the screen, we have a good view of this color overlay. That mint green has been completely molten and is dropped right on top of our clear bubble. And as you can probably already imagine, this is going to be heated up a little bit more, and they're going to start pushing this color back, kind of rolling it back to completely cover up that clear bubble that we had. And the way that they're going to be rolling this back is by using the marver, which is the metal table in front of the furnace. And we have these throughout the hot shop so that we can do this in any place that we need to. And the color is frequently applied in the very beginning of the process like this. Sometimes you will see them apply color at different stages, but this is something that you'll see most frequently, I would say. And could I actually have some Karli sketches up on the screen? Some of the stuff we're working on today. Thank you. So up on the screen, I want to show off the sketches of what we are currently working on. So this will give you a good idea of the final product of our piece. The best way I could describe this is that we are going to create two separate blown pieces that will be opened up. And one of them is going to be the shape of the top of a vase. One of them is going to be the shape of the bottom of a vase. And they will be connected using only these clear glass rings. And we'll be making those by hand as well. I think they already made them and set them aside in the garage right here. This is just keeping anything inside of it warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, preventing thermal shock. I know that sounds like not warm, it sounds really hot, but to glass, that's actually kind of cold. It's completely solid at that point. And once again, I just want to mention that those sketches were designed by our visiting artist for today, Karli Uphoff. And that is the woman sitting down at the left bench currently. And after letting this colored glass cool down quite a bit, they are now gathering their next layer of clear. And this is going to both build up mass for the piece and also cover that color up. We don't really want color on the very surface of our piece usually, because if we were to get a little chip or some sort of distortion in the surface of the glass, it would really show with that color on the surface. And every once in a while, we will get some small particles in the glass. So Ben is just quickly picking those out. Could be an air bubble. It could be a little piece of dust. And this wooden spoon-shaped tool, this is called a block. These are usually carved out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent them from burning. This is going to smooth and round all of this fresh glass out. It's going to make sure that the bubble blows out evenly from inside. We still do have that small bubble underneath all of that color. We just can't see it right now. And eventually we'll start using this torch that we've just lit in the back as well. This is running around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But this torch will heat up one section of glass at a time instead of heating up the entire thing overall in the furnace. So this can help balance heat out if one area is a little bit cold, can help us apply extra heat. And next we go in with a stack of newspaper, and this is being used to continue to shape this glass as somebody blows into the end of the hollow pipe. So this is where a lot of the blowing is going to happen. This is going to start getting a lot larger from here. And I also want to mention, I know I've given a ton of information, but maybe not all of it was caught. So if anyone has any questions throughout the entire process, feel free to ask away. Could be questions about the visiting artist, could be questions about the glass process. Any question is fine. So the torches actually run off of propane and oxygen, and our furnaces run off of natural gas at forced air. And next, this is really important. We go in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades. And right now, Ben is actually stretching a neck into this piece. And this is by leaving the blades open quite a bit and then just pulling away from the pipe. You can see that this has stretched that glass out right next to the pipe, creating a neck. So it's looking like this is going to be the top of our vessel that we're blowing right now. So right now the glass is just orange because it's so hot. And I like to kind of just compare it to lava. It's radiating light as well as heat. So once this cools down, it should become a mint green, I was told, with these little white stripes inside of the glass. So since this is simply the top of our vessel, we will be opening up the bottom of this bubble completely so that we are able to connect it to our other pieces later on. And so to open this up, Ben is going in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, and he's creating a little divot on the very end of the bubble. So when he breaks this end piece off, this is just going to open up the bottom of the bubble. So now we should have an opening into the bottom of this bubble, and we will continue to open it up, probably give it some pretty straight walls, if not flare it out a little bit. And after heating this bubble up one more time, you can see Ben is going in with the pair of jacks inside of this bubble and slowly flaring this open. And at the same time, sometimes when we're opening a piece up, we will hold a wooden paddle against the opening. And this is just smoothing and rounding that opening out. Usually when breaking a piece of glass off or cutting a piece of glass off, it just leaves us with a little bit of an imperfect opening. And so this should round and smooth everything out before we continue on in the process. And it's looking like we are getting started on the lower half of the piece over on the left bench already as well. So we're going to have a couple of different things happening both at the same time, just kind of working on as many things as possible all at once so that we can be as productive as possible. And this is why it's important that we have multiple of our reheating furnaces on, just making sure that we can work at multiple benches at the same time. So there's not really a significant difference between those furnaces individually, if anyone was wondering. So I believe you're asking, what do we do if we have glass that we don't want to use, right? Kind of like that. So if we do not blow a bubble into our glass, then that means that we are sculpting the glass. So any solid glass objects like a paperweight or like a sculptural horse or something like that, those are usually made out of completely solid glass. So we do work with glass purposefully without a bubble. And in this case, we do need a bubble to make a hollow object like this. So both cases are important for different times. And I also want to point out up in the background, you can see that we're actually working on more of these rings. And once again, these are just made from clear glass before being set aside in the garage right here. And just keeping them warm inside of this garage for anyone that hasn't seen it yet, it keeps it warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And I think this would be a good time to show off a little bit more of our visiting artist artwork. You guys have seen some sketches of what we're working on today, but could we see some of Karli's artwork up on the screen? Thank you. So for anyone that hasn't seen it yet, we'll have a slideshow going of some of Karli's previously made artworks. And once again, just to point her out to you all, she's the one working in front of the furnace over on the left of the hot shop right now. And she has been working with glass for about 6.5 years, she said. She works full-time at Glassy Baby, which is a place that creates glass art for sale, and is a teaching assistant at the Pratt Fine Arts Center. And the Pratt Fine Arts Center, I believe it teaches many different kinds of art, but specifically she is a glass artist, so she would be an assistant in a glass class. And if anyone has any questions about our visiting artist, any questions for her as well, or any questions about the glass process, feel free to grab my attention, as I'm sure some of you have seen others do. And at the center bench, if anyone was wondering, right here we've just wrapped some clear around the moil, which is the area where the glass is connected to the pipe. And this is just preventing any further cracking in that area. It looks like that area was getting a little bit too cold. And they'll usually do that to prevent it from breaking. And of course we don't want that area breaking because that is where the glass is connected to the pipe, even though that's not something that we're keeping in the end. And now that we've done that, this is set aside in the garage as well. This is just going to keep it warm as we prepare the lower half of our vase and start connecting all of those rings to the lower half of our vase as well. And it looks like we've already started our bubble for the lower half of this piece. We've wrapped a little bit of white around the bubble, just like with our last bubble. This is going to give us these white lines on the inside of our piece specifically. So at the center bench, we are going to gather one more layer of clear. And it sounds like we will have a small sculpting demo as well over on that left bench, Gabe just told me. And now after gathering this next layer of clear, this should be all of the glass that we need for this lower half of our piece. So from here, we should be able to just start fully blowing this out and turning it into the bottom half of a vase. So anytime gathering, we pick the surface of the glass. This is just to get rid of any excess little particles in there or maybe some air bubbles that got trapped in the glass. Yes, exactly. And that can become a little bit more obvious as they blow something out. Also, I do want to point out that in the front, Gabe is sculpting a little bit, giving a little bit of a demo. So this is an example of us using solid glass to make something. So it looks like we're getting ready to create the jack line, which some of you may remember from earlier is where we create a divot near the pipe in that glass bubble. And this is where we're going to break this bubble away later on. And this is where the piece will be blown out to its full size. So next, Ben is going in with a pair of jacks and creating the jack line, just as I mentioned. And next, going in with another common tool. This is actually just a folded up newspaper, and we'll soak or splash it with water before using it. And this is as close as you'll see the artists get to using their hands to shape the glass, is with that stack of newspaper. And every time they hang the glass down, they did it there for just a split second. This is them using gravity as another one of their tools. So they were stretching that glass bubble out, creating a little bit of a narrower, longer shape of the bubble. And of course, if we were to hold it up, it would have that opposite effect. It would slump down on itself and create a squatter, wider shape. So we do use gravity as one of our tools very frequently. And since there have been a couple of new people that have joined here and there in the audience, could I have some of the sketches of what we're working on today, please? And of course, when they heated that glass up, it came out of the furnace, swinging it. That was just basically something that was building upon using gravity as a tool. They were creating some centrifugal force, which is the outward force from that spinning, and that was pulling that glass even faster and further than it would have if they just hung the glass bubble down. And now could I have Karli's sketches up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, for anyone that hasn't seen these sketches yet, this is what we're working on today. I just wanted to give you guys a really good visual idea and kind of representation of what we're working on. And so we're going to see something more like the yellow one on the right or the red one on the left, because these are a flat version. It's not an angled cut, it's a flat cut. And so that's specifically what we're going to see. Thank you. And of course, we flatten the bottom of this piece out. That means that we're done with the lower half of this piece. And we need to next break this bubble away from this pipe that it's connected to right now. And this is going to allow us to completely open that top up. And so over on that left bench, Gabe is working on the punty. And the punty is basically just a second solid pipe with a little clear attachment on the end. And this is going to be attached right to the center of the bottom of this piece, right where they flattened it. So once again, you can see Gabe working on that punty up in the background on the screen. And in the meantime, they just have to keep this piece of glass warm at the center bench, just making sure it doesn't drop below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And to break that piece away, all they did was apply a little bit of water, which is cracking and breaking a small area of the glass. When we tap the pipe, this creates a vibration in the pipe that travels down to those cracks, breaking that piece cleanly off. And so now from here, we will be able to start opening this up, probably flaring it out to match the opening of the first piece we created. And some of you guys may have joined after we created that first piece that we were working on, but just as a reminder, we've worked on the top half of this vase shape, and this is going to be the bottom half of this vase shape. So earlier when we were working on these pieces, they were taking about an hour each, maybe even a little bit less. They were getting pretty fast with them. But this time is a little bit different. We've started from the very beginning of the process of creating these two individual blown pieces. Earlier we were starting off with those blown pieces. So now that we are finishing off this blown piece, it should take maybe 45 minutes from here to be able to completely finish the piece, because we need to connect each of these rings individually to the opening of this piece that we're working on now. And we'll go ahead and bring that first piece we made out and attach the two together. And that process is a little long because we do need to make sure that we're not overheating or underheating any of our glass. It becomes much more complicated when bringing in each of these small little rings. Yes, so just to point out for anyone that wasn't here for the first part of our piece, this is resting inside of the garage right now. And it was a mint green, so this is going to be a mint green top, and then we're going to have this clear and white bottom. Just to make sure that this opening is lining up with the first opening for the first piece we created, they're every now and then just going in with that measure and just making sure that the openings will be the relative same size. It doesn't have to be exact. And once this is cooled down to around 1000 degrees Fahrenheit, we're just going to heat up the very opening of this piece. We're going to start going over the individual rings we created and start attaching them around the opening of this piece. And so over on the left bench, they've just brought out a heated tray. And this is being lightly heated up even more inside of one of our furnaces before being brought over. And this is going to have those rings on the tray. And this small handheld torch is what we're going to be using to attach these rings. This is one of the hottest items in the hot shop. And I always like to mention that it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's over double the heat of the molten glass or the furnaces themselves. And so this is going to very quickly heat up just the connecting point of these rings. And this is really helpful because we don't want to be heating up the entire ring itself. That would make it lose its shape. And so this way, we are able to attach it to the piece while keeping its shape completely. And earlier we were working on some clear rings, but it looks like this time we are using some white rings that we were working on earlier. And this all started from pulling pieces of cane. And cane is basically just these sticks of colored glass, kind of like candy cane. You can have glass cane too. And these were simply a solid white in the center, surrounded by a layer of clear. So if you were to look closer at these rings, you would see that layer of clear around them. And of course, once again, in between adding each of these rings, we have to go back into the furnace overall and just make sure this glass isn't dropping below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And if I didn't mention already, this process of going in for a few seconds and just keeping the glass warm, this is called flashing. And now we're starting to come in with those clear rings going in between each of the white rings. So we're going to have 8 rings total. And just a reminder, as soon as we finish attaching all of these rings, we will start heating up the upper half of this piece and getting ready to attach the two together. So yes, we actually can change the temperature of the furnaces themselves, and frequently we will, especially when we're working with smaller pieces of glass. then we have to heat it a little bit slower or lower just to make sure that we aren't heating things uncontrollably until they kind of move and lose their shape. And so we usually keep it between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, but sometimes we'll go to the lower end for some thinner glass, such as goblets. And it looks like we've taken out the upper half of our piece. It's being heated up lightly over at the left bench. And once again, this is supposed to be a light or mint green. And it has these white lines on the inside of the glass. So this is something you wouldn't really be able to see very well from the outside of the piece, but if you were to look from the inside, you could see those white lines. So just adding another level of detail and depth to this piece. All right, so now we have just finished putting on all of our rings. From here, we just have to make sure that these are all even. We will bring over the left piece and do a little size check. We're just going to make sure that they're lined up properly before we fully connect them. And since there are a few new people here and there in the hot shop, could I have the sketches of what we're working on today, please? So up on the screen, we have the final products of what we're working on. And these are more of like reference images. This is not the exact product that we will have, but I would compare this piece that we're making currently to the right yellow or the left red, because we are going to have that flat cut. Thank you. And once again, I just want to mention that these were designed by our visiting artist today, Karli Uphoff. And she is the one on the left side of the hot shop with the yellow shoes. So just keep an eye out for those yellow shoes. That's our visiting artist. And she's actually been an intern in the hot shop for a little bit over a year. And so now she's able to come in and create some of her own artwork. I like to mention, once again, they're just bringing this over for a size check. They're not connecting the two right this moment. If they're happy with how that is, then they're not going to really have to do any adjustments. They're just going to get ready to connect the two. And after heating up just the opening of the top of our vase, this is brought over and very quickly attached to the top of all of these rings. And after connecting the two of these together, they very quickly break away the secondary pipe, leaving us with one entire assembled piece. And we do still have a little bit of work from here. We have to edit the neck itself and the opening of that neck, and then this piece should be finished after that. So this piece is getting really close to done. We've come really far so far. You guys all get to see the final product pretty soon, which is exciting. And after heating up just the opening of this piece, Ben is able to go in with a pair of tweezers, and he's going to pinch the opening and pull the neck outward. And all of this glass that he's pinching out is actually just going to be trimmed off with a pair of shears. This is all just excess glass that was a little bit thick. Whenever we break a piece off of its original pipe, you'll see that that connecting area of the glass is usually a little bit thicker, and that break isn't always perfectly even, so this is going to get rid of any of those imperfections. And as you can see, we are now breaking this piece off, just applying a little bit of water and then tapping the pipe. And just like that, this piece is done. As you see, we had created a little spout as well. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing that large piece. So it's the biggest piece we made. I just want to mention again that this was made completely from scratch. Like from the very start, we applied the color to our bubbles, blew those out into each half of the vase, joined those individual parts together. So this was a really large project. And now that we've finished that, our artist may take just a quick little drink break. Nope, looks like we're starting right away again. So you guys get to see from the very beginning of the process where we apply the color and then we start blowing these bubbles out to turn them into the top and the bottom half of our vase. And I just want to remind everyone, if anyone has any questions, feel free to just raise your hand and let me know. And can I also have Karli's artwork up on the screen, please? All right, so up on the screen, we have a slideshow going. I want to point this out for anyone who hasn't seen it yet. This is our visiting artist artwork. These are some previous things that she has made. And once again, Karli Uphoff, she is an intern with the Hot Shop. She's been here for a little bit over a year, blowing glass in here. And so now she has come in and she's able to create some of her own artwork, which is really special. So you'll see that over on the left bench, but basically they just create a small clear bubble of glass, and then they took a solid piece of colored glass called color bar like this, and then they just sharpened it into a point. By that I mean they rolled it when it was molten, and then they brought it over and they just lightly placed it down and just like wrapped it around. And because this is so malleable when it's hot, we're able to create such fine lines that it's like string. So everyone on the hot shop floor today is a pretty professional glass blower. And I especially want to highlight the few that are here that work here full time as Museum of Glass Hot Shop team members. And they each have over 20 years of glass blowing experience, up to 30. And then we do have 3 guest artists today that have less than that, of course, but they are still professional glass artists. And so they are less likely to make mistakes, but it does happen every now and then. You break glass breaks. I would say things are more likely to break at the end of the process. So when it's cold, yeah. So that's a good question. I get that question a lot, so I want to share with anyone else who's interested. But any scrap glass we have, if it has color in it, cannot be reused because it has that color in it and it can't go back into our clear furnace. So it's dilute, there's layers of clear around the color, So because of that, we can't reuse it as color, and we also can't reuse it as clear because it's not clear. So sadly, these little scraps we have are not usually reused, but we do reuse the majority of our clear glass. As you'll see, every now and then we will place things, broken things, or even just molten glass into these special buckets next to our furnaces. And those are specifically for only clear glass. So up on the screen, we have started our next project already over on that left bench. We've created one small clear bubble, and we've wrapped a little bit of solid white color around it, and this is creating those strands of white that you saw with that last piece we made. And over top of this, we will be dropping yet another color. This one is going to contrast from the white, just showing a little bit of white striping on top of this second color. So this next process that you see where Karli is holding the pipe upright, this is going to allow them to drop a hot bit of melted color right on top. And once again, this is called a color drop or color overlay. This is how we get a really smooth, even layer of color across our entire piece. And I like to compare this to the two colorful pieces we have on the front pedestal here. There's one blue, one yellow, and that color has covered the entire piece, and it looks as if it is basically made completely out of color. And welcome to those who just joined in. Today we have a visiting artist, Karli Uphoff, and she's actually an intern with the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. She's been working in the hot shop for a little bit over a year, and so now she has the chance to come in and create her own work with our hot shop team. And over on that left bench, we are just getting started on this project. We've just gotten the color on our glass bubble. So now we'll go ahead and start building up mass for this piece by gathering more layers of clear glass over top of this. Right now they are just letting the glass cool down a little bit before they do so. We want to make sure that glass isn't so hot that it's moving around after we gather our clear glass. And after gathering one more layer of clear, once again, we're letting this cool down before gathering our next layer of clear. And just to point out our visiting artist once again, Karli, standing by the furnace right now with those yellow shoes, just so you guys have a visual of our artist. And if you have any questions for or about her, feel free to grab my attention. If you want to know any glass processes as well, feel free to ask me any questions. And we are just getting started on this piece right now, but this is basically going to be a large vase, and it's going to have a lot of detail in it. It's going to be two completely separate blown portions. We're going to blow the top to the vase and the bottom to the vase, and then we're going to connect the two using these little glass rings that they've created as well. And I do have some sketches down on this front table that I could show people if anyone is curious. I was just showing some of them off to some people in the front row. But that is basically the gist of it. We are connecting these two blown pieces to create the single vase. And once we've moved over to the center bench, that usually means that we have all of the glass we need for this project. So now we are able to start fully blowing this out and turning it into most likely the top of the vase, since we have quite a large amount of glass. And sometimes the heat will travel down the pipe towards the artist's hands. So right now we will use a pipe cooler. This is just a trough of water that we set the pipe into, and it cools it down very rapidly. So the area of the pipe that we are cooling is the area that we want to handle. And we want to handle the pipe pretty much as close as we can get to the glass, because the more pipe that's away from us, the more leverage there is against us. And so it would feel a lot heavier than it actually is if we're holding the pipe all the way on the very end. And now, of course, we're going back into the furnace to heat the glass up and make it more malleable again, so that we're able to continue to expand this bubble and turn it into whatever we need to make out of it. So now you can see this glass is practically molten hot again. And we're going in with a block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool. This is smoothing and rounding that glass back out so that the bubble blows out perfectly even from inside. So cooling the pipe just allows us to handle the pipe closer to the glass again. And whenever we're going into the furnace, we're not going very deep. We're just heating up the glass itself, and that might inadvertently heat up a small section of the pipe, but we're not really heating up very much of the pipe usually. And I haven't mentioned this torch yet, but this is running around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves as well, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But this torch will heat up sections of glass at a time instead of the entire thing overall inside of the furnace, which allows us to balance heat out or maybe have extra heat in one area to be able to work on only that area. And in this case, we are heating up the back of the glass, kind of where the glass is connected to the pipe. And this is going to allow us to create a jack line, which you'll see in just a moment. So next we're going in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, and we're creating the jack line. And we are not cinching all the way down when we are using the jacks. We're leaving them open so that air can still pass through and into that bubble. And of course, hanging the glass down at an angle like this is allowing gravity to pull it down, basically using gravity as another tool. So now we will have a much longer shape for this glass. And could I actually have some of the sketches for Karli's work up on the screen, please? Thank you. So just for anyone who hasn't seen the sketches in her sketchbook yet, up on the screen, this is a picture of the images that I was showing off earlier. And these are very similar to what we're creating today. We are getting a little bit of different shapes and colors when it comes to these pieces, but this is a really good example of what we're creating. So we are creating the upper half of the piece right now, kind of like the image on the left, really. It's going to be this really tall and large vase shape, and we're going to completely open up the bottom of the vase. And this is going to allow us to connect it to these rings and then connect it to an open bottom of the vase. And this is going to create one complete vase on its own. So pretty complex project, but really fun to watch. Thank you. And if I haven't mentioned this tool to anyone that's new in here, that was actually just some folded up newspaper that they were using right there. And this is as close as you usually see them get to using their hands on the glass. is this newspaper. And right now they're getting ready to open the bottom of this bubble up just by sectioning off the bottom of the bubble. And then all they have to do is break off that end section and they should be left with an opening. And after breaking that piece off, we're left with an opening into the bottom of our vase. And from here, they're going to completely flare it open as wide as they need it to be able to connect to this bottom section of our vase. And so far, it is looking a lot like the first image that we saw, that red tall vase. And something else that's interesting to note about the glass is that when the glass is hot, it's really hard to tell what color it is exactly or what color it's going to end up being. So when red is hot in the hot shop, it actually ends up looking this sort of brownish grayish color. I know, it's weird. And then whenever yellow is hot, it will look orange. Whenever orange is hot, sometimes that can look brown as well, or it can look red. As the glass cools down to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, then the glass is solid, and that's where you would see closest to the true color. But when it comes to those colors, you oftentimes just wouldn't be able to tell until it's room temperature. And once we finish this upper half of our vase, all we have to do is set it aside in the garage right here. Once again, this large silver box, anything that we put inside of it will be preheated up to or kept at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, preventing thermal shock. So once we're done with this, this will be set aside, and then we'll start working on the lower half of our vase, which actually you can see right now up on the screen or over on that left bench. And just following the pattern of the other pieces we've made today, this is most likely going to turn out clear with just these little stripes of white across the glass, and that's it. Yeah, so once again, this bubble that we're working on up on the screen, I want to point out, is going to turn into the lower half of our vase. And this is going to have a clear background with these little white lines or stripes across the glass. And then at the center bench, we're just finishing up the top half of our vase. This is set aside in the garage just to keep it warm. Once we fully blow out the bottom section of our vase and open that up, we will start attaching the individual rings, which if you haven't seen those images yet, could I have Karli's sketches of what we're working on, please? Thank you. So since there's a few new people in the audience, I just wanted to point out once again, up on the screen, we have some sketches of what we're working on right now. And so this is pretty similar to the image on the left, just as a reference. We are working on the lower half of this piece over on the left bench. And these rings are most likely going to be all clear glass connecting those two pieces together. But we've also been working with white rings today, white rings of glass. So we'll see which one we get this time. And I want to remind everyone, if anyone has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. I'll come right over to answer your question. So in order to get the glass to stick to the pipe, we heat the pipe up first. And we do have a pipe warmer over on the left side of the hot shop here. And that's what's to the left of our furnace that we're using to reheat the glass, that hole in the wall. It just has a flame in the back. But yeah, that's it. All we have to do is heat up the pipe, and then we just stick it into the molten glass and turn, and they just stick together. Yes, just to point out our glass furnace real quick, this large tank with the closed door, I know it's kind of hard to see behind it, the garage here, but it's right behind the garage. And this holds 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and it stays at a very steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's basically like a giant pot of honey. It's just a giant pool of molten glass inside of a ceramic tank. And whenever you look inside, you're not like, oh, molten glass, it's just so bright you can't see anything. So that's a really difficult question. The biggest piece I've ever seen them make in general in this hot shop, me personally, and maybe some of the biggest that these guys have seen themselves making it, was an 80-pound clear glass bell jar. And so there was actually a team of 3 men lifting the pipe at all times, and they broke one of the pipes when they were trying to make that piece. And the pipes do come in larger sizes. These are a more average size, something that you'll see whenever we're working with the glass here. But they were using these pipes that were much larger than usual. Yeah, it was really impressive. So as you can already tell, this is a smaller amount of glass right here than we were using for the top of our vase. And that means that the top of our vase is going to take up the majority of our final product. This is just going to be this little piece on the bottom. And once again, just going in with that folded up newspaper and continuing to shape the bubble. And of course, an important step right now, Ben has just gone in with a pair of jacks, those two metal blades, and started to carve the jack line into the glass. That divot that we have near the pipe is where we break the piece off of the pipe later on. And for those who just joined, I wanted to share real quick that we are working on the second blown piece that's going to be attached to a larger blown piece to create just one large vase. And could I have the images of Karli's sketches up on the screen, please? Thank you. So just to give you guys a reference, the image on the left is very similar to what we're currently working on. We have a really long and large top to our vase, and we're creating the really small bottom to our vase right now. And of course, we're going to have all of these clear rings of glass connecting those two pieces together. We won't see those until a little bit later on, but they are stored inside of this large silver box right here, along with the top of our vase, staying nice and warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Thank you. And feel free to just grab my attention if you guys have any questions. Yes, so here at the museum, we actually do specifically have a hands-on experience for guests, and I think it's $85 a person. You come down and you create one small object like a paperweight or an ornament, and you actually sit down on the bench yourself and they guide you through it. And it's done by a team that's local out here called Hilltop Artists. And so some alumni of that team, some students of that team will teach you how to make a simple glass object. And after flattening the bottom of this piece with a wooden paddle, we are now ready to start working on the opposite side of this piece, where the piece is connected to the pipe. And in order to do that, we're going to attach a puntee to the bottom of the piece right where we flattened it, and then go ahead and break this piece off of the pipe that it's attached to right now. Just completely break it away. And this is basically going to flip the orientation of the piece. We'll be able to open this up and flare it out as wide as we need to. So now we've just attached the puntee right to the center of the bottom of our piece. Once again, the puntee being a second pipe with a little clear attachment on the end. And now we're able to apply a little bit of water to our divot in the pipe, then go ahead and tap the pipe itself, and that breaks this piece cleanly off. So now, as you can see, we've basically flipped the orientation of our piece, and we now can start to open this up, flare it out. And could I actually have Karli's artwork up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, we have a slideshow going of our visiting artist artwork. I just wanted to point our visiting artist out again, up in the front. So Karli is actually an intern with the Hot Shop. She's been working here for a little bit over a year, and now she has a chance to create some of her own artwork in the Hot Shop today. And that's including the sketches that you saw up on the screen very recently of these two blown pieces coming together to create one larger vase. And right now we're just creating the second half of our piece. There's the sketches now up on the screen for those who haven't seen it. So this little bit of excess glass that we've trimmed off is just getting rid of some thickness and unevenness that may have remained around the opening of our piece. And after trimming that off, we should be able to go in and start to fully flare this open. And once this is fully opened up, we'll start taking those rings out of our garage. So once again, the garage being this large silver box right here, for those who didn't see earlier, we created all of the glass rings that we're going to be using for this project, and they're just sitting aside in the garage waiting for us to use. So right now it looks like they're preparing to pull them out, and we will start attaching these to the opening of our piece right here. So now we will start bringing over these individual rings, and using this handheld hot torch, we're going to heat up just the area of the ring that we're connecting to the piece itself. And I always like to talk about this little torch whenever we pull it out. This is the hottest item in the hot shop. This small torch can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And so because of this, we're able to heat up just a really small area at a time very quickly, allowing small details in our glass art, such as these little rings. As you can imagine, heating up the entire ring overall would cause it to lose its shape, and that would not be good for this case. We really want it to keep that perfect 360-degree angle. And after this ring is attached, we will have one more ring, and that should finish off all of the rings in total. And like I mentioned earlier, after adding all of these rings, we will then be able to bring over the first blown portion we made, which is going to be the top of the vase. And we will be able to finally attach them together and finish this piece off. At some point, they will bring it out of the garage here and just start warming it up a little bit. And this doesn't mean that they're going to attach it right away. They usually do a little size check beforehand just to make sure that they're perfectly lined up and ready to go. And up on the screen, we can see a good view of the first portion of our vase right now. So this is what's going to be brought over and attached pretty soon here. So for those who just joined in, I'm not quite sure if you heard me earlier, but over on the left bench, we have the top portion to our vase. At the center bench, we've just finished the bottom portion to our vase, along with attaching each of these individual rings. And we are getting ready to bring over the first piece we created, the orangey section of our glass. And this is going to be attached right on top of those rings. And once again, I believe this is just a size check. So they're coming over and they're making sure that these pieces are around the same width when it comes to the opening. We want to make sure those openings are lined up perfectly before we go ahead and attach the two pieces together. And now after they've done that little check, they'll start to heat up just those connection points that are going to heat up the top of the rings, and they're going to heat up the opening to the top portion of our vase, and then go ahead and bring them together. And right after attaching the first blown piece, we go ahead and break away the second pipe. And now from here, since we have all of our pieces assembled together, once again, just keeping everything warm by going into the furnace, but we are also going to focus most of the heat just around the neck and the opening of our piece. This is the last thing that we need to finish off now. We're just going to flare the opening out and give it a little spout, kind of matching all of the other pieces we created today. So first, to stretch this neck out a little bit, Ben has gone in with a pair of tweezers and he pinched the opening while pulling at the same time. And just making sure that the opening isn't closing in on itself at all. He went in with a pair of jacks again. And this glass that he pinched with the pair of tweezers is just going to be trimmed off. So this is one of the few excess pieces of glass that we create, one of the few scraps of glass that we create. So after pulling the opening out one more time, we're going in with a pair of shears and just trimming all of this excess glass off. And now we have a perfect opening to this piece. We should be able to start fully opening this up. If we wanted to, we could flare it all the way out. But so far, we've been keeping these pretty straight necks. And every now and then you'll see the artist hovering around with these wooden paddles like we are right now. And this is just shielding the artist's hands and arms from the heat that's radiating from the glass itself. So the glass is hot enough at this point to feel as if you're getting like a little sunburn as you're working with the glass. And the more glass we have, the stronger that feeling is. So it's important that an assistant comes by and they're holding that wooden paddle up against your arm, preventing you from getting burned. And our finishing touch is to create a spout on this piece. So after going in with the handheld hot torch, Ben quickly pushes out the lip using a pair of tweezers, finishing this piece off. And now all we have to do is get ready to break this piece off and put it away. And this is going to include just torching any weak connections we have, such as those rings in the center. And we're going to torch the connection where the pipe meets the glass, and that is going to allow us to go ahead and break the piece away. And somebody was asking me earlier about how we make sure that the piece is flat and it's going to sit flat on a surface. And just there, you saw them push a wooden paddle against the bottom of the piece, and that is going to help make sure that the piece is even and it's going to sit up straight. And to break this piece off, we apply a little bit of water to the end of our pipe. And then all we have to do is tap the pipe, and this is going to break that piece cleanly off into those Kevlar gloves. We lightly torch the bottom to get rid of leftover sharp ends, and this piece is done and ready to be put away. So this is going into the annealer, the black box over on the left wall, which will slowly cool this piece of glass down, at least overnight, so it doesn't break from thermal shock. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing their final vase for the day. So once again, this box is kept at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit, and then with the press of a button, everything slowly cools down. And the thicker the glass, the longer this process takes, and we program it ourselves, so it'll probably take overnight, maybe up to a day. And just a reminder, if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask away. We most likely might work on something small, but we're definitely not going to have time to make an entire another vase. So if you'd like to stick around and enjoy the warmth for now, feel free to. If anyone has any questions, ask away. So it looks like they're getting started over on that left bench again. They're just going to be working on a bowl, they told me.